And hello YouTube. for the future VOD watchers, I ain't judging. Right, let's get the game. No, there it is. There it is, right there. Video games. Video games that might be slightly loud. I mean, I do love the music. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I'm going to load right on in here. Right, who remembers where we were at last time? Because I bloody don't. This is case 2 of Investigations 2. Rook was killed, right? Or was it Knight? I mean, they're both dead at this point, but which one was it? The blonde one? Which one was I think the blonde one was Knight. Horace Knightley, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're investigating his cell, and we saw that there was some wiped clean dust next to the bed. It's a bit hard to see behind the dialogue box, but it's there. So yeah, we think maybe the crime possibly happened here. We saw a weird shape attacking him on the CCTV footage. Once again showing that all video recordings in Ace Attorney are garbage and would never hold up in court. And they're just assuming it to be the dog that belongs to the master assassin who's held in the bag. I forgot his name. Actually, his name will be on the profiles, won't it? Bronco Knight. I think Horace Knightley was his fan translation name. Never mind. Whatever. Bronco Knight. And we have... Oh, right stick. Yeah, this guy. Bodhidharma Canis, who is the blind ex-assassin. Right. Does being a VIP give you the power to wave at people without interruption? What would interrupt you from waving? There isn't there's no slow mode enabled at the moment. You can wave at your heart's content. Oh, right. Before we get started, I've had quite a day. I have had quite a hecking day. Lots of council meetings and stuff. So, oh yeah, get up at the crack of noon. Got earlier up than I've ever been. Actually, it was about 11. I left at about 11 to go to a meeting at about 12. I was like, alright, we've got your information, thank you. If you could come back at 2, so I just had to kind of wander around for 2 hours doing bugger all before I could go back in and actually have the proper appointment. And now I'm home. And because it was a stressful day, I decided to treat myself. I bought some used games. I got Rare Replay for the Xbox, and I got Gravity Rush 2 on the PS4. Not played in either of them yet, because it wasn't long before I had to start getting ready. But, little maid story, because Gravity Rush 2's box was an absolute scuffed up, horribly sticky mess of stickers that had been all over it. So I got myself some isopropyl alcohol, I got some little wet wipes and all sorts of other things. Got all the stickers off, and there was so much residue left behind, so I gave I took the disc out first, obviously. Took the disc out and gave the case a good scrub. So it looks so much nicer now. Almost new. Almost. It's still a used game. Cleaned up the discs a bit too. But yeah, all clean and nice for when I decide I want to play them, whenever that is, or maybe they'll just collect dust for the next few months. But anyway, I thought I'd treat myself. I mean, Rare Replay was £4, so it's can't say no to that. It's 30 games on there for £4. Yeah, alright, I'll take that. I'll have a way to play frickin' Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Bad Fur Day and Perfect Dark and all those other games that are on there. Oh, I think Viva Pinata 1 and 2 is on there too. Right. Video games. I know, right? Delayed enough. We should ask those posted nearby and see what they have to tell us. I don't know if Nuts and Bolts is on it. Is Nuts and Bolts on Rare Replay? If it is, I'll play it. Maybe not on stream, but I'll play it. Right, March 28th, 2:15 PM, Detention Center Corridor. Okay, time to get asking. Huh? Thanks for the tour. Later. You with your really stupid-looking cross-shaped sunglasses. Well, well, Mr. Prosecutor and his little friend. Didn't expect to run into you here. Must be my lucky day. This is Agent Shilong Lang of Interpol. He was in charge of a case I worked on 2 weeks back. I thought he had gone home to Zhengfa after that, but here he is. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang? You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. By the way, is the music too loud? Just tell me now if it is. I'll turn it down a bit, because I'm thinking it might be a little on the loud side. It's fine? You sure? Bit loud? Just a little? Just a little. How's that? Is that better, or can you even tell a difference? Yeah, you said fine the first time, Fox, so I don't know what to believe. Good, okay. Good to get multiple opinions. You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. First the Black Hound, now a wolf all in black. Hey, wait, why are you all alone today? That's true. He's usually accompanied by an army of police officers. I hear you were at it again a couple days back, sticking your nose into things.
Iggy.
It looks like the dog did it, but the dog is a good boy, so clearly that is impossible. No, that's not what I mean. I mean the volume of my voice in comparison to the music. If you turn the whole stream down, that doesn't solve the problem. I don't want the music to overpower me. That's what I'm asking. A couple of days back? Huh, he means the incident with the president of Zhengfa. Actually, I thought you might be there as well, heading up the security detail. Huh. Our president doesn't have much faith in the efficacy of his own country's police force. Maybe now he'll think twice before using contractors again. Amateurs. Agent Lang doesn't have much faith in prosecutors or the courts to do their jobs right. Which is why he's so meticulous about investigating with his hand-picked cream-of-the-crop officers. Indeed. No doubt things would have turned out differently had you and your men been in charge. My men, huh? Yeah, those guys aren't around anymore. What? They're not? It's funny, isn't it? I'm a real lone wolf now. What are you saying, Agent Lang? What on earth happened? I told you, doesn't concern you. See you around, Mr. Prosecutor. Wow, he seemed not okay. Yes, I'd very much like to know why. There's nothing we can do about it right now. We'll worry about Agent Lang later. We have an investigation to conduct. Alright, let's start by talking to these guards. Okay. I'm starting to use controller now, by the way, in case it wasn't obvious by the controller prompts that are now visible on stream. So D-pad walk. Analog stick run. It just feels more suited to a controller. Oh man, I'm in so much trouble. What's the matter? You seem perturbed.
Hey, Val. What do you think about some juice?
I think I shall have a
Stop
drink. Thank you,
slouching.
Riley. Well, you see, one of my uniforms is missing. I could have sworn it was right here in my locker. Did it grow a pair of legs and run off somewhere? Where in the world did that idea spring from? Anyway, I hope you track it down soon. I'll be rooting for you. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. A stolen guard uniform. I see. Interdesting. I was wondering, have you seen an enormous black dog wandering around here recently?
That thing? Oh, no, why? If I should be a lot more nervous about standing guard here.
So, do you and this dog have some kind of history or something? No, Kay. You should know when to let sleeping dogs lie. By the sound of it, Canis's dog hasn't been spotted on this side of those heavy security doors. Hey, those my faithful assistants I see before me. Fender, where exactly have you been? Where have I been? I've been looking for you two, and searching high and low. Wandering lonelily? Wandering lonely through the prison halls. It was terrible, I tell you. The prison's over there on the other side of the facility, boss. So listen, I just got the lowdown on some seriously dynamite material. You want to hear it, right? Right? Seamless. I was chatting with a few of the guards and they told me something très intéressant. Turns out the Bronxster had himself a little incident 2 days ago. Pre-mortem, you catch my drift. An accident? An incident? Simeon told you he came to visit his pal, right? Well, happened right after they wrapped up, when Bronco was being escorted back to his cell. There was just one guard and he was handcuffed, obvs. They had made it back and the guard was taking off his cuffs when the Bronxster clobbered him. Knocked the poor guy out cold. Sounds like it might have been the prelude to a jailbreak. Because when the other guards showed up, they couldn't find their comrade's keys. Were there any rumblings about Knight attempting an escape? That's the bit that fries the old noggin. There were none. He just sat in his cell, then turned up dead. And what's more, he swore right to the end that he never stole the keys. He turned his cell inside out too, but no dice. The guard who was struck, what did he have to say? Nothing. Poor guy was still out when they took him to the hospital. Word is, he's still there. So there's nobody around to tell us what really happened. What the? It's you losers! That's all we need. Oh, it's the best. Oh, Eustace Winner, which I still say is a worse name. Oh, fan translation, guys, you did well calling this guy the best. Sebastian the best. Why, he's still hanging around here like a bad smell. Hey there, little buddy. Listen, Mouse here's working with me now as an associate. Nonsense. You're all just here to cause trouble and turn my investigation into a fart. Eustace means farce, of course. A simple slip of the tongue. Seemed like a reasonably apt choice of words to me. Judge Gavel, great to see you again. I know who you are. You are Simeon Saint's attorney. Guilty as charged. Now that we've broken the ice, how about a friendly... Oh, no, I'm totally cool either way. Not a hugs person, I see. Now, did I hear you correctly? That Mr. Edgeworth has joined the defense team? Yep, and me too. We're officially employees of Edgeworth & Co. But a prosecutor is a public servant. You draw your sword on the goddess to work for personal gain? It's not a problem if I'm not getting paid, though, correct? Exactly. Well, what he said. Miles here's just a volunteer. We're all about the pro bono stuff over at Edgeworth & Co. How wonderful. So you all work without reward? The goddess would surely approve.
Yeah. I'm a regular philanthropist.
Judge Gavel, I was hoping to ask about the grounds for Simeon Saint's arrest.
That information. Is that a challenge, I hear?
No, I was just asking Judge Gavel. I'm always ready for a little verbal combat, to show you what it takes to be a real winner. Debate me, bro. How is it verbal combat if you won't let me speak? Still, this could prove useful. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. Now, if you could begin by telling us why Mr. Saint was arrested.
There will be no need for that.
Not now, Gavel. Watch and wonder.
As I put this pathetic prosecutor in his place, he's going to run rings around me.
I think you meant to say that you would be the one running rings around me.
And I will. So badly that your ears will be ringing. Prepare to be humbled, Edgeworth.
Dear me.
You want to know why I arrested that man? It's simple. Simple. I found evidence. Evidence of him all over that thing.
How's that for some winningly inconvertible,
conclusive proof? And who saw the truth first? Why, me, of course. Winner by name, winner by nature.
Where do I even begin?
Look at you, utterly lost for words in the face of such mastery. I'll take your silence as yet another win.
Honestly, does he ever shut up? You said that you were the one who arrested Mr. Saint. But do you even have the authority to do so, Mr. Winner?
Well, obviously, it was the police who actually arrested him. But I told them to do it, so I think I can claim the credit, don't you?
Of course, that's what he meant. This is clearly going to take a while. A shame, really. Given that I'm much more interested in what Judge Gavel is silently thinking over there. You found evidence. Okay, what's your evidence?
Hold it!
Evidence of him was all over that thing. Could you be a little more specific, Mr. Winner?
Do I really have to spell it out for you, Edgeworth? I'd hoped even you could put two and two together.
Stop messing around. The onus is on you to provide a comprehensible testimony.
Come now, Eustace. I'm sure Mr. Edgeworth and his friends would be very interested to learn how you cracked the case. They certainly look keen to hear about it. Fine, if you insist. I'll fill in the gaps. Brace yourselves, because this is going to blow your tiny little minds. I bet you didn't even know, but the victim had, wait for it, a chess set with him. And that chess set was covered in the fingerprints of a certain Mr. Simeon Saint.
Well, yeah, because he was told to bring it to him from his home, because they were roommates. Oh my god.
Praise be to the goddess of justice for the insight she offers, and congratulations once again, Eustace. You would not object to Eustace amending his testimony, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, by all means, please do.
Mr. Saint's fingerprints were right there, all over the victim's chess set.
The chess set that was brought to him at his request by Saint, you mean? That chess set? Which 100% explains the fingerprints, you goddamn fool. Objection!
Objection! Valerie needs water.
Is that
Stop
your
slouching.
objection? Right, I'll have a drink. So the fingerprints on the chess set are the ace up your sleeve?
The what up my what? Oh, yes, the chess set up the ace's sleeve. That's right, Edgeworth. I've got a winning hand, as usual.
Only your winning hand is a busted flush. For you see, it was Simeon Saint who brought that chess set to the victim in the first place. Therefore, it's only natural that his fingerprints are all over it. Well, that took a while to sink in. In conclusion, those fingerprints aren't proof of anything, and Mr. Saint's arrest was premature.
Premature?
The incident took place here within the walls of this facility. And being neither a guard nor a prisoner, it makes very little sense to suspect Mr. Saint.
Oh!
Now what?
I think you might be the premature one here, Edgeworth. And I think you were the one accusing me of being hasty.
Did he only just work out what that word means?
Sure, I identified Mr. Saint as a suspect faster than pretty much anybody else. And I won the race when it came to picking out the crucial evidence too. I'm quick on the draw, you see. But hasty? Not at all. You're right that Mr. Saint isn't a guard or a prisoner here, but he was. Eustace.
Judge Gavelle.
Butt out, Gavelle. I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may... While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor? Something more impressive. If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Edgeworth, Eustace made an ingenious deduction concerning the murder weapon. Perhaps you'd like to hear it? Yes, of course. That, well remembered, Gavelle. Listen to this, Edgeworth, and prepare to be amazed.
Objection!
Will this ingenious deduction explain why Mr. Saint was arrested?
Let's just say you won't be disappointed.
I don't know, I feel like I will be, like, immediately. Judge Gavelle deliberately diverted the conversation away from my line of questioning. What exactly is she up to?
Fact 1. The murder weapon was some sort of metal blade. Fact 2. Potentially deadly blades are strictly controlled within the prison walls, as we both know. From these two facts, I concluded that the weapon in question must have come from outside. It must have been hidden inside the chess set. That's what I think, anyway. And since the only prints we found on the chess set belong to the victim and the suspect, I'd say it's blindingly obvious who brought the weapon in and used it, wouldn't you?
If nothing else, his testimony this time is a little more comprehensible than the last.
Another winning deduction, brought to you by one winner, Eustace, prosecutor extraordinaire.
I want to slap him so hard. More like one winner, useless prosecutor extraordinaire, if you ask me.
How could anyone even hide a weapon inside that chess set? Good question. Why don't you take a look for yourselves?
Inside the chessboard? I suppose there's only one way to find out. Oh, this is so much easier with a controller because it's just use both sticks. Oh, that's... Yeah, this game was made with controller in mind. Definitely. There's nothing in here but chess pieces.
That laugh is really something.
He seems pretty convinced the weapon was hidden in here somewhere. I'd better take a closer look. Zoom in. None of the pieces look out of place. This is like some hidden compartment. Ah, there is. What? The stiff lining at the top opens like a flap door.
Ah, there's plenty of room in there.
Indeed. More than enough to hide something like a small knife.
Ingenious, no? The killer snuck the weapon in by...
Objection!
Huh.
Huh? What do you mean, huh? Let me finish, will you?
I fear you've not been listening, Mr. Winner, or perhaps you've simply forgotten. The detention center is outfitted with a security gate.
Huh? I mean, yeah, and? The security gate also acts as a metal detector, Eustace. We must pass through another one on the way into the prison itself, remember? Yes! Yes, that's right. Of course I remember.
He definitely didn't. It would have been impossible to smuggle a metal blade through such a gate and into the facility, which would seem to blow a rather large hole in your reasoning, Mr. Winner.
Overruled.
Oh god, what is it now? Is it going to be like a wooden knife?
That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector?
It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
Really? Really? Yeah, are you leading me to believe the police force in this world is incompetent?
No.
Never would have guessed. Alright, well that's all jotted down.
They're very good. Thank you, Gavel. It was my pleasure. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination? It's like she's holding a trial. Well, no matter. Let's see how well this ingenious deduction of Mr. Winner's holds up, shall we? Okay. Some sort of metal blade. Deadly blades are controlled. You concluded the weapon must have come from outside. It must have been hidden in the chess set. What do we press here? Because I don't think I've got anything I can directly contradict here. I mean, the key part of this testimony is that a weapon was brought in with the chess set. That's the key part of this. The only prints belong to the victim and the suspect. Obvious who brought the weapon in and used it. I feel like if we want to poke a hole in it, this is where we do it.
Hold it!
But no murder weapon was found at the crime scene. And there's nothing inside the chessboard either. I'm curious, Mr. Winner. Do you also have thoughts about where this weapon might be?
It's... well... the perpetrator must have hidden it somewhere in the prison.
Is there a problem with his claim?
Yeah.
They hid it somewhere inside the prison. That seems unlikely. In fact, I can prove that's not the case. What evidence suggests that the murder weapon isn't hiding somewhere in the prison? Prison search. Winner, Gavel, and the warden searched the prison for the murder weapon, but couldn't find anything. Yeah, so you searched this place high and low and turned up nothing, so what do you say to that?
Take that!
I'm starting to worry about your memory, Mr. Winner. Didn't you and the good judge search the prison with Warden Lagarde? And didn't you fail to find a likely murder weapon?
Well, yes, but I guess we just missed it, that's all. Wow, way to undermine yourself.
You're saying your search wasn't entirely thorough? You, the so-called winning rookie?
Stop making fun of me! Eustace. Calm yourself. Breathe deeply. Do not allow your opponent to get under your skin. You're right. I'm a winner. Why should I let a third-rate loser like Edgeworthless here get under my skin?
Well, thank you to leave my name out of this.
Well, I'm Kay Faraday, and I'm A-OK.
Refer to Mr. Winner as Wiener. Okay, but only when it's not him saying his own name. Not you too, please.
Look, it's simple. Since my first-rate investigation didn't turn up any weapon, it means there wasn't one to find. Which leaves only one possibility. The murderer took the weapon with him when he left the prison. That's why we couldn't find it when we looked, obviously.
Objection!
What you're proposing is impossible. And this proves why the culprit couldn't possibly have taken the weapon out of the prison with them. The fucking metal detector, you dimwit.
Take that!
More memory trouble, Mr. Wiener? Now you're forgetting things you yourself said.
You're making fun of me? Again?
Oh, so you remember what I said. But perhaps you might have been better served by remembering this.
What's that? Oh, wait, does he seriously not remember?
It would certainly seem that way. There is a security gate at each of the entrances to the detention center and the prison proper. Coming from the prison, anyone leaving the facility would have had to have passed through both of them. 2 gates, both fitted with metal detectors.
Oh, wait, now I remember. Looks like he got his memory back.
So as you can see, there's no way anyone could have taken a weapon out through both gates. And therefore, there is no way the murder weapon could have left the building.
Yeah. In which case, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you'd care to tell us where you think the murder weapon might be?
It is still here on the premises. That's the only plausible conclusion to be drawn.
But we searched the prison from top to bottom and couldn't find anything.
Because you were never going to find anything to begin with. Not when you were labouring under the misconception that it's a blade you were looking for.
Yeah, we know the truth about what happened to Mr. Knight. We've seen it with our own eyes.
That is quite a claim. I assume you have the evidence to support it. What is the weapon that was used to commit the crime? Take a look at this, Judge Gavelle, and the weapon used in this case will become clear. Security footage?
Take that!
This is footage taken from a security camera trained on Knight's holding cell. Now watch it for yourselves and see.
Hang on.
Was it just me, or did that look like someone wearing a police outfit in the mirror reflection? I swear I saw a police hat in the reflection there. I think we're all barking up the wrong tree here. But I don't think any of our characters are going to notice that for a bit.
What? But how?
This footage captures the moment the victim was attacked by a black dog. More than sufficient proof of how he really died, wouldn't you say?
Yes, it is certainly significant.
So now we know that Knight was, in fact, killed in his cell by a vicious dog. A dog that moved the victim's body to the prison workshop post-mortem. We know this thanks to an eyewitness who saw the dog in the workshop when the body was discovered. Of course, I think we can all agree that there's no way the dog could have planned such a crime itself. Indeed, I fear it may be his handiwork after all.
That's quite enough of that, Mr. Edgeworth.
Judge Gavelle?
You are correct that this footage is an important piece of evidence. But it also raises an important new question. A question that I suspect you have also been asking yourself.
She's right. There's one major problem with my version of the events.
The black dog, the one that belongs to one of the inmates. How did it move between the holding cells and the prison proper at will?
Oh!
How do we answer that one, Mr. Edgeworth?
The truth is, I don't know yet.
Of course not. Can it, Wonder Boy? You didn't even notice there was a problem.
Overruled.
Until the defense provides an adequate explanation, the court cannot accept your line of logic. That is all. This court is adjourned.
But just accept the prosecutor's flawed line of logic instead until you prove otherwise. What? But wait, there's still so much more to explore.
Overruled.
Court is no longer in session, Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll be so kind as to leave the courtroom.
Court was never in session in the first place.
Once again, this court is
Objection!
We may not have all the answers yet, but you haven't explained anything either regarding Mr. Saint.
What do you mean?
Just as we don't yet know how the dog made it into one of the detention center's holding cells, you can't know how Mr. Saint could have made it inside the detention center, let alone the prison either. He would have been allowed as far as the visitor's room to see his friend, but no further. So it's hard for me to conceive how he could have committed a crime in a place he had no access to. Judge Gavelle, I believe it's your turn to provide some proof. Proof that Simeon Saint was able to enter the prison.
Overruled.
You wish for the court to provide you with proof. Highly irregular, but very well.
What? They actually have something?
No, seems like a good as time as any. And I suppose you've been kind enough to share your own theories on the case?
What's she building up to here?
Mr. Edgeworth, I suspect you don't know what Mr. Saint does for a living, so allow me to fill you in. He is a circus performer.
A what?
Yes, perhaps you've heard of the Very Big Circus.
Oh, God. Oh, don't bring back the circus. Why would you bring back the worst circus in the series? Please, no. Not the circus where everyone was hitting on like a 14-year-old. Please, thanks. Yo, did everyone at that circus get arrested? Because they should have.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Of course I was. Yesterday was a very important day, after all.
Important in what way exactly? A big meeting of some kind, perhaps?
A meeting? Oh, heavens, no. I couldn't think of anything worse. No, yesterday the circus came to visit.
God, why couldn't it just be a different circus?
You see it now, I assume. As I am sure you are aware, a show was held yesterday for the prisoners' entertainment. A show featuring animals and performers, performed by members of the Very Big Circus. So does that mean Mr. Saint? Yes, Mr. Saint was allowed inside the prison as part of that show. A fact that has been confirmed beyond reasonable doubt.
Ah! She held on to that fact until the last possible moment. She let me run with my own theory, and only afterwards did she use it to reveal the truth. Wait.
But out, Gavelle, I have him right where I want him. Forgive me, Eustace, but if I may. While the particulars of the suspect are indeed fascinating, don't we have something a little more impressive to share with the prosecutor?
That must be why she steered him into a different topic back then, too.
I got you good, didn't I, you third-rate prosecutor?
This has nothing to do with you.
Gentlemen, this court is well and truly adjourned. If I may offer a word of advice, Mr. Edgeworth. Your conduct as a prosecutor is already in question. You would do well to remember that you were removed from this case for that precise reason.
What are you trying to say?
That the committee reserves the right to confiscate your badge at any time. Should you wish to retain it, You would do well to avoid crossing paths with us again.
Is that a threat?
The Goddess of Justice is compassionate, Mr. Edgeworth, but she is not endlessly forgiving. Oh, and one last thing. You are no defense attorney. Abandon this foolish pretense.
Thank you for your concern. But I do not abandon anything. What I start, I finish.
I do try to remember that the two jobs are not one and the same. And that a defense attorney is expected to develop something of a bond with their client. Next time, finding out your client's real occupation might be a good place to start.
Go.
Now, I really must be going. May the Goddess of Justice watch over you all.
The series is good at making really unlikable villains.
So Simeon lied to us.
Not just you two. Guy took me for a ride too. What's his deal? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not having second thoughts about all this, are you, Milesy boy? Sure, Judge Gavelge is a tough cookie, but that doesn't mean you can just give up the ghost. The defense never rests, as a wise man once said. That goes for associates too.
Don't worry, Fender, I have no intention of resting. Nevertheless, our assumption that Mr. Saint couldn't have entered the prison has been proven false. Which means we'll need to restart our investigation from square one, I'm afraid. Oh god, there's gonna be returning characters from the circus, isn't there? How much time has passed between? It was the second game, wasn't it? The Very Big Circus. How much time has passed? It's been years, right? Because this is after Apollo Justice, I think. But before Dual Destinies, I think. Or is it before Spirit of? It's definitely before Spirit of Justice. I guess we'll find out if there's a recurring character and we find out what their age is, and then we can work back from there. You withheld information from me. Why?
I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to.
Okay, so you are a member of the Very Big Circus, right?
No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new.
That's irrelevant, you're still a member. Oh. Okay, good night.
Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us?
Because it would have looked so sus. Me being a performer in the circus show. And me being friends with Bronco. I thought that if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay.
I thought I'd made it clear that I believed in you.
But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client-scaring tips you want to share?
You're really not helping, Fender. And at this time, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again.
So what do you do at the circus, Simeon?
I'm an animal tamer. Kinda. I'm still learning the ropes.
Oh, that's so cool. You get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Oh my.
Well,
Lions, tigers,
time to have
bears?
some
Oh
water.
my! No.
Stop slouching.
I did it first, shut up. You don't get to steal my bit, Saint. Thank you for the hydrate.
I work with this little guy.
Looks pretty tame already to me.
So you're not exactly a tamer, more like one of those old-timey organ grinders?
Monkey. Oh my god, it's a monkey ratatouille situation.
Not now, Money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp.
Oh, it really is. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company.
I was telling the truth. Circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster's the CEO, and I guess you call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration.
Oh, not this music. No.
There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding. Even Miles here. I'd like to see somebody whipping into shape.
I'm not some kind of creature, Fender. So this line manager, was she working with you on the show?
Yeah, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part this time.
So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. And Phoebes is putting me back in the bikini, surprising nobody. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility.
Sure. I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago.
And that was when you brought him the chess set?
Yeah, and that same evening I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think.
Workshop A? Exactly, Edgeworth, where the body was found.
You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh, no, I could never ask her to schlep all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through, and it must have been midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 AM, and then we performed till 10?
So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. The knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested?
And why so quickly? I've never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Little Winner wouldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch.
Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect.
I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to go see how he was doing.
I think you might be onto something there, Nessa. Because that does look like it matches the tarp he was found in, doesn't it? It's the same pattern even if this is in black and white.
Bronco, I mean.
You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission.
No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me.
And you just seen him earlier that same day, why take the risk?
I've known him since we were kids, and both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him.
You don't have any family?
For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was a little kid.
Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well.
It's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth.
No, I'm Iggy. Greb is the streamer here on Fridays and Saturdays. Well, Valerie if you want my real name. Everyone just calls me Iggy though because iguana. That's just kind of a nickname that stuck. And then became the channel name.
Cheese.
That one's Grab.
Cheese. Grated.
Yeah. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him?
No, the other holding cells were empty. I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you. or you wouldn't be in there. No, 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 I messed up so bad, didn't I?
So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least I imagine that would be Wiener and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next.
Last I heard, she's supposed to be around today too, somewhere in the yard. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word. But I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here.
Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney, that's what. Bravo, big guy. Can't believe I'm saying it, but even you reminded me of your old man for a moment there.
I did?
Yeah, from the Book of Gregory. An attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon, me bucko, this guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing.
I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender. It was only a few days ago.
But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy? No thanks, I don't like sweet stuff. No, bummer. I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. Great Thief's Galleon for the Dread Pirate K. Yahar, me hearties. They'll sail the 7 seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth.
Iggy Dacky when? I have never commissioned a Dakimakura. I don't think there would be much market other than like maybe 2 or 3 simps in chat. But I love you still. Shiver me timbers. You two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please. Sea shanties.
Look, the shutter's open.
That's the way out to the yard, I believe.
Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for?
Someone's excited. Unsold stock, crates and crates. Bold of you to assume that I could afford crates of worth of merchandise to begin with. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out. It's like the backdrop to some epic festival.
Where are you running off to? Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. So it's the yard that connects... Hang on... So we know there's a way through the holding cells into the prison, avoiding the connecting corridor high security door. Because the back door to the yard also leads back to the prison and to the workshop. Yeah, because they'd get back into the prison there, and then they'd just be a stone's throw from workshop A, wouldn't they? Wow.
Yar, you never know when a pirate will attack.
Window breaking noise. I can't read Spanish.
Nadie espera la Inquisición Española.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. You could have just said that in English. I probably said that completely wrong. Alright, time to take a look around. Ah! Kate!
Stop hitting me! The hell, Mr. Edgeworth!
You could just take 2 steps to the side, Kay.
Cease and desist, you beast! Ah! Somebody, ow! Help! Ow! Me! Stay, Isaiah. Stay!
Wrong button.
Who's that?
Oh, yep, here she is. Oh dear.
Oh, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way. She'd never do a thing like that. Isaiah doesn't even bite. At least, not very often.
So she does have a taste for human flesh.
How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie, don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay?
Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did. Oh, I'm so happy. Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep your trunk to yourself. Oh, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's Great Associate.
This self-introduction brought to you by the word convoluted.
And your elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the Defense Attorney. Ah, she's not just any elephant. That's Isaiah, the Asian elephant. Ah.
Thank you, Bird. Hang on, does she have a profile now? She doesn't have a profile yet. Thank you very much, Bird. Regina pronounced differently? What do you mean? I've always heard Regina pronounced as Regina. You can blame Dino Crisis for that. That's pretty much the only time I've encountered the name.
Isaiah stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? You're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of the Animal Taming Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you. Why, the pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle.
Hey,
Name's
pal,
Eddie
take a
Fender.
break. Have some water.
I'm a bit of an ace attorney.
Okay. Suit red, hydrate, and you stole my glasses. Thanks. Ah, okay, there's the hydrate. As in regal? No, it is not pronounced like that. You can sod off. That is not true. And also save while we're doing freaking everything. Professionalism is stored in the... Oh, for God's sake. Okay. You do not get more than one thing per parry, Lauren. Don't be greedy. Oh yeah, I was gonna save. That. Right, okay, where was I again? There's so much shit thrown at me. So much for whipping me into shape.
Yeah. Yes, she's perfect.
For what? What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay?
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the great thief Yadagarasu.
So, Abby, you think Regina is pronounced Regina? No, it's not. No, it's not. I already read that.
Great thief? That sounds like fun. My animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. Oh, where's the fun without the show? The down low sounds like it might get me down.
Have none of you heard the name Regina before? Oh, no, you're all messing with me. I don't believe this for a second.
Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here.
Nah, you are kidding. Look, I've played Dino Crisis. The main character's called Regina. It is pronounced Regina. Stop trying to make me say vagina, because you could just put a say something in with the word vagina, and I'd say vagina. I don't have a problem saying the word vagina. Have I said it enough for you? You giggling in your seat, you little goblin? Anyway. It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay. Let's get this other with Vegina. Is that like Vegemite? Hi, Gak. Everyone's getting me to say vagina.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much of what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed. We're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well. Like you, unfortunately. She probably has a profile now, right? Yeah. She's 17, so... was she like 14 or 15 in Ace Attorney 2? It's been a couple years. Lucy is attempting to put the official Cambridge Dictionary pronunciation of Regina into chat. She was 16? Okay, it's only been 1 year since Ace Attorney 2? Wow, okay. Really in between things, then. It's not been that long at all. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss.
That's right. My dad founded the Berry Big Circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I'm sorry to hear that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too.
Okay. If the new ringmaster is Mo, this is gonna be alright. Assuming you kicked out the other two?
I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. And the animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Very Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day.
Considering you still have ventriloquism as a main act, I feel like one of your main problem actors is still in the circus. That sucks. The, what was his name? I forget the name of the ventriloquist guy. But wasn't he, like, in his 40s and he fancied the child? He said he wanted to marry the child. Ben Quist? Yeah, Ben. That horrible arsehole.
Sounds like you guys are really going places.
We're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story.
Not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Isaiah. She falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heartrending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Why does this circus keep getting weirder? I didn't think you could manage it, but somehow you're doing it.
Oh, whoa, Nelly, I heard a lot of couples, but that takes the biscuit.
And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic.
That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose there's a first time for everything.
And, who's the third wheel?
That would be the big old meanie who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it's a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Adagarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey.
That's certainly lowered the stakes. There's a state of play tomorrow at 11 PM. Oh, I did not know that. Yes, I will be watching that, probably in the Discord, because that's after my streaming hours. Elephant or tiger fairies? I think I might know a couple tigers. I don't think I know any elephants.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope again. The role of the monkey is played by Simeon.
What? What? Your whole stage play is how a human is getting in on the action on a love triangle between a elephant and a tiger. Well, that's disgusting. What? How does this circus get worse? How? Writers, please! Capcom, please!
Money's far too small to play against Isaiah and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Isaiah and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it?
What do you mean, reading something that isn't? She's literally saying it out loud, Gurk. That it's a love triangle between a human, an elephant, and a tiger. Like, yeah, it's for a circus act, but still, why would you make that your script? I'm aware he's playing a role. I am fully aware, Gurk. The fact is, they could have written this script any other fucking way and it would have been better. He could have acted any other fucking role. Not the guy who wants to fuck an elephant. So Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore.
Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
That's not really my area. Simeon took care of all the lifting and carrying.
Ace Attorney is AA, not AC. It's not Ace Combat either. Or Animal Crossing.
Such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
A well? I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail.
You should have seen him, moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah, sounds like something he'd do.
Weeping all the while.
He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment.
The prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. He was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A.
Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. Have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. I'll just leave it to us. You may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
And what exactly is "he may not look it" supposed to mean? Right, well that's everything I can talk to you about. Can I talk to the elephant? An Asian elephant named Isaiah and one of the very big circus's many animals. He certainly seems very fond of petting humans, based on what we've seen. Well, most humans.
Can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
You're telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
How comforting. Can I go behind the stage? This door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try.
No, if we deem it necessary, we'll simply ask for the key.
Spoil sport. That could have been my chance to shine.
Back in red suit, yet again. Many parries have already been spent, so we'll see how long this lasts. You're free to Yeah, that's what I thought. About 5 seconds. You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me. Where's this well, then? There it is. What are you doing here? I mean, I'm covering him a bit, but Sawit is here too. And parried again. Simple, sturdily built and now made. Okay. A simple, sturdily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody's left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope, and a pretty heavy-looking weight. Now, let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there's some pulleys, too.
Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight?
Oh, come on, it's not like I was going to take anything.
What exactly were they being used for, I wonder?
Mr. Attorney, sir, and how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sawit. Oh, heavens, I do apologise. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see.
In order to be as annoying as possible?
I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. Frank Sawit, you see before you is a changed man.
A changed man? Who now targets the recently deceased?
No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go.
As a thief?
Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner.
Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that.
I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent, Sawit and Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner?
Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who would talk about him if they didn't have to. Well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer.
The fixer?
Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you. How does he get away with it? I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility.
I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges.
Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique.
And what are these mud packs exactly?
They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually.
Speaking of mud, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him. With the glove? That had mud on it.
That's the rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Of course, that's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps? So have you ever been fixed, Mr. Sawyer?
How's that for incomprehensible noises?
The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slavers an animal with thick black mud.
What? Frank? What? I think the stress of prison might be getting to him.
Of course it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful, and truly I am.
There must be something else to examine around here. These chairs must have been for the audience.
Pity who had to put them all away.
Really? Why?
You clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh?
I just read it wrong. Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it. This must be the stage for the show.
Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show?
Sure, the police would be very eager to attend.
Danger, high voltage, when we touch, when we kiss. I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Ah, yes. Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barbed metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protective the warden seemed of her little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like us out. Phone about to die. Bye, Gak.
There you are. Oh, there you are.
Regina, cupcake.
Oh, Warden Lagarde.
I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat, you exquisite little thing.
I guess we talk to you now. Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful. An utter disgrace.
Awful. I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly.
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. And they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
It's nice having them around.
What led me to giving them this voice? Felt like it. Someone's got to have this voice, but I can only do so many voices. So, some are going to make the rounds.
Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation.
Also, this voice is a bit lighter than Pearl's. Pearl's is a bit... Pearl's is a lower register, but the same voice. Like, if I were to read this as Pearl, it'd be,
why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation. Whereas when I'm doing it as Lagarde, I'm putting a little lightness on it. But it's still, you know, it's still a horrible voice.
except when he's rifling through dead men's pockets.
We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything.
What, and your other model prisoners don't do that?
Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're all such triers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him. I'm always watching, Edgeworth. Always watching.
Gosh, Hecky. What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals. The Berry Big Circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
I was going to make a comment about the other things Berry Big Circus is known for, but I will refrain.
Really? In that case, let me see.
Well, she'd better not think of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Berry Big Circus?
But of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little
Val, stop.
I'll have a drink, thank you.
Stop slouching.
Good night, Bird.
That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her right up.
What's the deal with the Berry Big Circus? Suit red? Oh, okay. The deal with the Berry Big Circus is the worst case in Ace Attorney 2, as it revolves around some kind of weird love triangle between a 16 or 15-year-old girl and two adult men who want to marry her. So every character except for Mo the Clown is just a reprehensible, you know, nasty piece of work. And now the Berry Big Circus is back in Ace Attorney Investigations 2, where they're putting on a show about fucking bestiality. You know, just in case you thought it couldn't get worse. And as a popular misconception, Mystic, the age of consent in Japan is actually ruled prefecture by prefecture and is more often than not 18. Like, on a country level, the minimum is lower, but by prefecture, it is higher. Common misconception.
You're not lying.
Oh no, that's Kay.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine.
That's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too.
About that, dear, I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see.
Well, she must mean Canis and saw it.
We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show.
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed. As far as we were aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sawit were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the 3rd missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one? Your scarf? Oh, there's an alligator in the prison. What?
Alligator! You're looking as adorable as ever, ally.
Oh, she's so pretty, and what a cute name.
Yes, Ally the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are.
No, my dad is Gex, the gecko.
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course.
I don't know, it's not voiced, I can say it how I want, QC.
Boy, howdy. These two are made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our 3rd missing prisoner might be. (4:02 p.m. back in the prison corridor.
So, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh, finally caught up with you.
Oh no, it's you. Okay, no, I need to reread that then.
Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh, I finally caught up with you.
Detective, you're not needed elsewhere?
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn anything up?
We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks, though. But at least it's
Excuse me.
At least it's something.
Yeah, it proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work.
Knight was not a prisoner yet, no. He was being held in the detention cells prior to his trial. He was not allowed in the prison. Not yet.
I asked forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak.
Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Gee, don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor.
Excuse me. Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick,
We'll find out how that dog got over there.
Well, don't worry. You can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along.
secret weapons?
Is it going to be a metal detector again?
That's right. A few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Goofshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire.
I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles?
Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons.
You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. My trusty old metal detector.
Knew it.
It's made of steel. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it.
So it detects metal. Very good, Detective.
Next up, secret weapon number 2. Missile. Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine.
Hell yeah.
He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially food.
This sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis's dog.
And now for secret weapon number 3. Where'd I put it? Aha!
Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues.
No, I just happen to have it with me is all.
Let me see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have.
That's all she wrote, sir.
Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7, and one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time. What do you think I call them secret? Guy can't just go sharing everything at once, that's crazy.
In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now. Now, Missile is just the game director's dog. Well, which is a Pomeranian in real life, like it was in Ghost Trick, but it's a Shiba in the Ace Attorney series. I've got to go with Missile.
You got it, sir.
I don't care if it's wrong. I want Missile.
Hey, Missile. Here, boy.
Aw, he really came.
So what are we tracking?
We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis's dog got to the holding cells in the first place. We suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison.
So we get the pooch's sniff of the body, and you'll find that route for us.
I guess I did pick correctly.
Does anyone else smell something sweet?
All I smell is the odor of blood.
It's faint, sir, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe?
Why would the body smell of cake?
Okay, Missile, get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog.
That's the way to...
He's headed for maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in.
And we'll just have to follow after him. It is pointing us to Canis a lot. Which is why I think Canis didn't do it. It's never who it points to a lot. There's gonna be some twist here, I'm calling it. This is Canis's cell, though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room?
You think Missile's onto something?
Shush. Oh, it looks like maybe he is.
A woof. Says something here.
Well, let's get snooping, Mr. Edgeworth.
I mean, this has a bell on it.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor's a bit smaller than the others.
I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job.
An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry.
Is that your opinion as a thief?
Now, here's my opinion as a great thief.
I walked into that one. Mr. Canis's chess set, complete with his special dog piece.
That's not a chess set, that's a whole chess table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too.
It's not inconceivable, some of them are. This is quite a nice one.
I never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What with all the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go.
Go? Can you play?
I can play Go Fish.
Not the same thing, Kay, not even close. He's only been referred to as blind, so... Mr. Canis's chisels. Every one a potential murder weapon.
Yeah, that reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead.
I have no idea what you mean.
See? That's so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood-carving face.
Have you quite finished?
What's the matter, boy? Wait, is this cake what you were after? Whoa, down, boy! Stop that! Woof, 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 woof. No, you can't have it! Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that! If you won't behave, I'll just have to eat it myself. Oh, not bad.
There's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees though. Gummy! I wanted some.
Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb.
So anyway, it looks like it really was Cake Missile was tracking.
Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we got our just desserts.
Well, the little guy's definitely capable, right?
Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy.
Oh, there was a typo there. Woof woof.
Oh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in there.
Mr. Carcerato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Carcerato, still in solitary?
No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for the noon roll call. I guess he must be on work duty someplace.
You guess? Okay. If you would be so kind as to open his cell.
Yes, sir.
He's got a punching bag in the shape of the warden. Bear bites. Oh yeah, his pet was a polar bear, wasn't it? What's this hourglass? That stands out.
How many minutes do you think this time is for, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, Mr. Carcerato's a boxer, so 3 minutes would be my assumption. Same as the length of a round in boxing. Yes, a baby polar bear. It kind of just clings to his front.
Thanks for playing, but the correct answer is kinda maybe about 2 minutes. Why? Because there's a crack in it, and a bit of the sand spilled out.
Why does it hurt so much when she's right? See, that's why I was interested, because I saw a bit of sand leaking out. Thought it might have been something.
No way, he has a poster of himself. And right next to it is... looks like he never lost the habit of making weight for a fight.
Thank you for head pat. Once a boxer, always a boxer, I suppose. You see, he also has quite the collection of supplements.
Muscle protein, hustle protein.
Thank you. Soul-crushing protein. Yeah, that's a lot of protein. Surely nobody trains like this for nothing. That's all part of the same thing, then. I was reading that. This punching bag has certainly seen some use. Dog interrupt.
What breed were you again, Missile? Sure it wasn't a boxer?
No way.
No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside.
Yes, sir.
Hey, look! A hole! Could this be?
Whoa there! Wait! Missile!
I'm going in too.
Wait, stop!
Sir, I'll go get her. Oh, that's tight. Shouldn't have eaten that cake.
He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Okay. Hello? Kay? Are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole, it's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. Huh. Interesting, isn't it? Kay!
Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough.
Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think.
Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up.
Oh wow, yeah, we just never looked under here, I guess. So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it, this must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors. With the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. There's a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be the scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all? Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. A dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there?
Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures.
Let's see what you've captured. Look at that. There's paw prints. Spoons.
Spoons? A fork? Guess these were for digging the tunnel. That aside, are those footprints?
Paw prints, even. From a dog, perhaps? This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question.
It does?
Mr. Carcerato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Carcerato is immediately. If my suspicions are correct.
Huh? Oh, nuts.
The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Carcerato right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found.
Oh, dearie me. Well, have the police been notified?
Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They set up a cordon around the entire facility.
Good. The first blemish on a prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest.
It won't happen again, ma'am.
Rather different Warden Lagarde to the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. It seems he might have already left the building.
I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it.
What's to say there was only the one tunnel, sweetie?
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
And you three can get back to your posts. Oh, yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came back from the lab.
Well, thanks, pal.
Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell.
What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth?
They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's.
Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel that a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed.
We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself.
Wait, if Rocco Carcerado has left the building, and Elvis has left the building, is Carcerado Elvis?
Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here.
I suppose he would have to be. How else would the so-called fixer stay in business?
The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know.
So that's what that was all about.
But you're still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No, and I've tried so many times, I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? Can't send in a blank report. I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack.
Worryingly good at exasperated sighs. It's almost like my chat tells horrible puns quite often. So I have a lot of practice with exasperated sighs. Fuck. No, that was a bad one. Let me try again. You borrowed evidence from the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is now with me. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
I like how his prisoner number just says boss. A prison warden conducting interrogations herself? That's irregular, to say the least.
Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You've been warned. Oh, wait. And here I thought things couldn't get any spicier.
Oh no, they're here. Judge Gavelle, I didn't expect to find you here.
We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are.
I'm sorry that you thought I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I'm not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I am here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered.
You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth.
I do. I promised I'd be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am.
This should be amusing.
Very well. Whenever you're ready.
Objection!
Not so fast.
We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact. Indeed. We are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer. And that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on with this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation.
Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was. And I am under no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth!
Sir!
I accept your terms. Bitch, I know I'm right. I am confident of my reasoning. And what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co. And I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated.
Very well. Let us see whether you are brave, or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me.
Fine by me. He is all yours, Gavel.
Okay. You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys.
Yeah, that was never proven. I mean, the latter part at least. And honestly, it could have been Carcerato now that we know there's a tunnel into that cell.
Iggy.
And besides, if what Mr. Wright was saying for all those years were true and his assistant was truly a spirit medium, then I don't want a sad ghost torturing me for the rest of my life.
Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled to one of the prison workshops.
It figures she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell.
Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is a still from the footage we received.
Mr. Saint speaking with Knight at his cell. 10:14 p.m.
Correct. You'll also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way as to obscure the camera's view. Is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter? It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, wouldn't you say?
A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in a cage? There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break? That's so cool. Mr. Carcerato, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I have to step up my game.
Okay, now is not really the time. Mr. Carcerato's escape is no laughing matter.
It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simeon.
That wasn't a compliment.
I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood.
Judge Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in her logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it.
Okay. We've narrowed this down to 5 statements. The incident, yep. Assaulted a guard and stole his keys.
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys?
I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he assaulted regains consciousness, I'm sure he will confirm our suspicions.
I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further. Yes. Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely.
He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed, and stopped calling me Shirley. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere. He then waited for an opportune moment to present itself.
He hid the keys? I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys. That has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. They have yet to be recovered. Yeah, I think that counts it.
Take that!
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but... After the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory.
I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it's such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set.
Knight's chess set? The same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden?
Was it? I can't help but wonder about that. What? But you're the one who proposed it! Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion.
So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it.
Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he have even had time to commit the murder?
Overruled!
How indeed. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such example.
She's done her homework, I see.
The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine.
He's sent flying by the elephant?
Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes.
And you're saying the crime took place during that time?
Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell.
I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind.
Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell?
We've got the blood on the floor confirmed.
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor.
Hang on, I feel a sneeze coming. Oh. There it goes.
Almighty goddess of justice, grant me patience.
That floor you're so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it.
Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensics operatives.
I have my resources. Also, fuck you, my theme is playing. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one.
The detective. How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too!
Forgive me, Detective. Didn't mean to put you at risk as well.
I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless.
Mr. Wiener, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted.
I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Were you saying the mutt also wiped the blood up before it left the scene? Uh-oh. What other tricks can it do, A blood-wiping dog, you're a joke. You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmut, yes you would. What? That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence, after all.
Saved by an assassin of all people.
Well, jeez Louise, could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand, then... La 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 la, I'm not listening! I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering.
Objection!
Okay, never mind.
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else. Overruled. Oh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so Excuse me, Eustace. Would you be so kind as to allow me? All yours, Gavel.
Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer.
Overruled!
My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could freely travel between the prison and the detention center. The big old tunnel. Wait, is it just the photo of the tunnel? That's showing the prints. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. Nothing else even references the thing. If I can press the right button.
Take that!
Hello, Nug. Good to see you.
This is...
It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison.
What? A secret passageway?
It was dug by Mr. Rocco Caserato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held.
Oh, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time.
Yeah, nobody checked under his bed. Nobody.
Mr. Canis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
Overruled!
In the name of the goddess of justice, overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Miss Bronco Knight's autopsy report.
His autopsy report? Is it up to date?
When did we get that?
How do you not know you had it?
The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The goddess of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. But its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used a knife instead?
But that's impossible!
That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
But the tunnel, the paw prints.
What of them? Helmut is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened to cross this tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely.
That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either.
Well, she sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that.
She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. Absolutely jebaited. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
You're lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim?
Shouldn't it be interim? Since it's like preliminary findings?
Oh. This is the autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up.
Yeah, there it says interim. Suggests the cause of death was a stab wound to the neck inflicted by a sharp blade. Death was instantaneous, but there were multiple stab wounds in the same place. Even though the first one did the job. That does imply they were really pissed off at the guy.
Yep, well, this all checks out. Yep. Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all.
I was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor.
Had you lingered a moment longer, the goddess of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel.
Oh, all right, I got it.
Nice work, Gavel.
Just like we planned it.
I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you.
This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, that takes Canis out of the running.
The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest.
Good night, Abby.
What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time.
What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated while my theme music is playing.
Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede? This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests is really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first.
My father?
In fact, I could swear I saw a Gregory spirit in you for a second there.
What?
Water
Stop
and
slouching.
throwables have broken again because no cans fell. So let me fix that while I take a drink. Oh, quick and easy that time, nice. All fixed. There's a test throw for you.
You said that you changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to.
Thank you, Fender.
Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was armed with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart?
A bladed weapon? Of course. There were 5 chisels in Canis' cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was...
Have you quite finished? It would be...
Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it.
Why can't you let this go?
So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at?
What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis' chisels.
What?
Overruled. I would advise you stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog.
I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in the security footage.
Oh yeah, security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants?
An excellent question. The footage shows the dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canis' dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man.
He didn't.
No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag a corpse through the tunnel, he dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master.
Oh, I get it. By bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job.
And he could definitely use one of his chisels to do it.
Correct. You, bodied armor Canis,
You're the only one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen. Must learn to respect others.
Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Gavel? Yes, we even inspected his chisels. All 4 of them.
All 4 of them, you say? Ah, it's not in my evidence. But the one on the floor is missing, the one with the bell on it.
There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
I thank you, Your Honor. You've just confirmed my theory.
I have? What exactly do you mean?
The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4.
Oh yeah, remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is
The small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel?
a pocket chisel. And what use might I have for such a thing, I am rarely allowed to leave my cell.
In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis.
You seem to have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us?
For a man who can't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could only have hidden the chisel here. Well, in the cell.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner despite the comfort he enjoys. He is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. He would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up.
Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of.
Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked! I searched the whole cell myself! There's just nowhere he could have hidden it.
Objection!
I'm certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner.
To enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth, what was my ingenious plan?
Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing?
He's not showing us out permanently, right? Oh, let's get out of here. Come on.
The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon.
Giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well you should, if you would give me a moment. But this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon. The dog?
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today.
Oh yeah, unlike last time when... Mr. Canis, if you'll be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come now, he hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had to order him to last time.
Then order him again, this instant.
It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide? If you insist. Come on, Helmut, open up.
And there we have it. A chisel that small was easy to...
What? A chisel?
In the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog?
Thought he'd been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up.
Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent.
Okay. Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel. What?
Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it?
Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah?
The forensic evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is most likely the case.
Mr. Canis, in light of the discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself.
We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and we now have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one?
You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does he always laugh like that? Even when it's not funny. Poor Helmet. How could they suspect us, You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing.
Something's not right. Why is he so calm?
Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you would be so kind.
Gladly. Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever.
Oh, really? Oh, I've got you by the balls already, old man.
Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be you're suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmet only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I'm not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way.
An assassin who only kills his acquaintances? Not the soundest business model, I agree.
My work required me to deal with strangers, of course,
but murder for its own sake, that's not my style.
So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover. Yeah, we're all on the same page here in chat. This is obvious. Never knew this Knight. Uh-huh. Then I guess it's the chess diagram that we found in his cell that matches the chess set in your cell. Objection!
Objection!
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's a record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board.
What?
The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on the low end.
Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1,000... Oh, I give up. What do you even call a number that big?
A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now tell us why you killed Knight. Unless, that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence?
Well, they do say the truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. That's totally impossible.
I just made a frickin' fart noise with my mouth. I don't know if that went through the mic.
Val,
I did that time.
Stop. Have a drink.
Have a drink.
Stop
Thank you.
slouching.
You don't think the first did or the second did? Alright, well, I would have gotten away with it if I didn't mention it.
That's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes, yes.
Iggy.
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for my meddling bimbo brain. True.
I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy? The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmut dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked.
The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop?
Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something, that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Sawyer said, Mr. Edgeworth? That huge black dog. It sunk its terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish. Utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him.
I see. So what Mr. Sawyer actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then?
Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis.
Bender?
No offense, Paleo. I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place.
He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion. But Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon.
So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel and the one around Helmut's neck. They have a very distinctive design, if you will.
Of course, they were something of a trademark of yours, were they not?
I don't get it. How does that even work?
Bodied Harmer Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. The last sound his victims would ever hear.
You flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well.
Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in our case against you.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools. Precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. If it's not him,
it would be someone who had access to the bells. Which is leading me to believe this... I think it's Lagarde. or someone on the force who would have access to the evidence. I don't think it's him. I don't think it's Canis.
When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed. But no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel.
It's certainly no assassin's blade. I know you did it, Mr. Canis. You're my prime suspect. I don't want anybody else, and when I think about you, I touch my... Why are you making me say this? I touch myself.
Edgeworth, 1,000,000 years dungeon.
Warranted for that, Lauren.
Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools.
It's a reference to a song. Those are the exact lyrics.
It was clear that I would become the prime suspect. And so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body? That you had nothing to do with the killing?
How could I? I told you the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints? Eustace. Me? But I don't know how to check for prints. Get forensics. Oh, right. Sure thing. We got them. Fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's.
And Mr. Canis's?
Nope. Just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off.
Huh.
Only Knight's fingerprints? This isn't good.
Should I get them to check again? Now do you see? I never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth, that is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last.
Ah.
So the murder weapon belonged to the victim? Oh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise?
Oh, I've got nothing to counter with. What could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be.
I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth, but if you do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge.
Bitch, you were with me on this up until this point, and now it's back to threats?
Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
If anything, this proves that the defendant is innocent because he had no gloves. Yeah, but now well, if your client didn't do it, and, you know, it couldn't have been the air, so I guess your client still did it. Guess you gotta find who really did it.
Well, you've done it now, sir. She's serious. I hate to admit it, but fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one.
Wait, something doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed a chisel for? You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison, for one. Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Fuck it, Edgeworth did it. You will now be dipped in a vat of acid.
Hey, after Mr. Edgeworth.
Hmm?
Can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we save Simeon in the end. Can't give up now, or ever.
Yeah, what she said.
I'll second that. You won me around with that, Kay. I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like your pop said, what do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses?
The heart of those words?
It's like this. As defense
Valid.
attorneys, our client's fate
What?
rests on our shoulders.
Stop slouching.
Bear with me one moment, I'll finish that thought after a drink. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you?
I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another.
There we go. That's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find that new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison.
Right. How would Knight have managed to bring a chisel in here? Is that what you really brought in the hidden compartment of the pocket chest set?
Take that!
Usually it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Because of the security gates, right?
Correct. But we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center.
Iggy.
Just like your old man said, the defense never rests. What do you think he meant by that?
Papa did always have the most severe case of insomnia.
Absolutely correct. I haven't slept in weeks. That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
Are you telling me that the chest set wasn't put through the metal detector?
It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chest set.
That does answer one of our questions. And it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's and not Mr. Canis's.
It doesn't explain how the two-of-a-kind bell found its way on it, though. However, we have still one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit?
But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? This one's a real free piper. The court, too, finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation.
Wait, sir. I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Lil V.
What sort of name is that, detective?
I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage.
An excellent idea. Perhaps then you might finally see that I'm telling the truth.
It's gonna be the polar bear that attacked him, isn't it? They weren't dog prints at all. Who knows if there's anything to be found? It has to be worth a try.
All right. Want me to talk you through how to use it, sir?
Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. You know what, this is a new mechanic, sure.
If you could run me through its functions, Detective, that would be most appreciated. Yes, sir. So basically, you just do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye. And I can examine things with Y, I see. Next up, see those controls at the bottom of the screen? The panels on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. You can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those and you're golden, sir. Seems I can also press RB to fast forward or LB to rewind. And I can use A to pause. When the video is paused, you can go to the previous frame with LB or next frame with RB. I'll just use the same control panels I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just line up the old cursor with the area you want to take a closer look at, and then use the panel in the bottom right, and little V will do the rest. It's got those two expanding arrows right on it. Can't miss it, sir. It would appear I can zoom in by pressing X, too. By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff just like in regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frame to get a good look at what's really happening. Only thing you can't do when you're zoomed in is play the footage, so there's that. Let's see, how do I zoom out again? Just use the panel in the lower right again, sir. See how it's gone from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? That's because you zoomed in. And that about sums it up.
Oh, yeah, it's really simple actually then.
Now let's fire little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye, and you'll do fine.
The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong. What could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever's attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage.
You never know what you're going to see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure.
What seems odd? And I zoom in quadrants, okay. Oh, that's totally the bear. Look at it. That's totally the bear. Zoom and enhance. Sir, look. I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. That animal is a bear-cat pig. It's not a dog, it's a bear.
What? So the paw prints from the photo I took?
They're not canine, but ursine.
A bear? So could that mean...
Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? And if we were mistaken about the creature in the footage, it's not inconceivable we were mistaken about the person in the footage too.
Well, maybe there's something in there that could prove it, sir. Something that shows it wasn't Knight?
You're right, we can't see the person's face, which means a direct identification is out of the question. But perhaps there's something that can tell us who they are indirectly.
Indirectly? Like the mirror?
Yes, it's certainly worth a look. Oh, we saw it. We saw it ages ago. We didn't even need to zoom and enhance. Wait for it to appear in the mirror. Yeah, you see? Right there. I must be seeing things. Oh. Oh, I need to zoom in. I need to zoom in! Zoom. Zoom and enhance. Like, you can clearly see the hat on him. The figure is reflected in the mirror here, too. Is that a hat?
Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Oh, jeez, is that what I think it is?
Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently?
Not that I've heard of.
This may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat. Wait, the missing uniform.
Take that!
So no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Yes, yeah. Indeed. That is a very adorable bear. Oh, this case is closed. That bear's just giving Knight a hug. Not guilty.
Agreed, not guilty.
Well, what the hell is wrong with all of you? The bear clearly murdered that guy.
Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed?
A guard disguise? I guess it might work. Oh wait, weren't we just talking about someone?
We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. We'd assume that it was Knight in the security footage.
Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory.
Perhaps, but now that we know about the hole under the bed, it's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on camera.
And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be?
The person in the security footage is Rocco Carcerato.
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It's none other than Rocco Carcerato, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion.
But the bear in that video is all black.
Indeed. And we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur. The glove?
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Sorrett's testimony.
Oh, that's the rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM, perhaps? The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slavers an animal with thick black mud.
You fucking weirdo. While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment.
And that animal could have been...
Indeed, our polar bear.
Overruled!
Mr. Edgeworth, your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from...
I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. What did she say? The footage from the camera. Mr. Sorrett mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway. And this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay?
If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 AM.
In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
9 AM. What time did it say it was on?
6 AM.
Oh!
Take that!
Mr. Sorrett said he administered the treatment at around 9. In which case, the security footage should also show a time of around 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 AM. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out to the yard to watch the circus. All except 3. Mr. Canis, who remained in his cell in maximum security, Mr. Sorrett, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Carcerato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sorrett before entering the tunnel. Aww. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sorrett's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sorrett would then have left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the murder weapon from Knight's body. It all fits perfectly except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off.
Why would the timestamp be wrong?
Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please. See if the time's correct on it.
Back, sir. I just talked to the guards and, well, it seems like the time codes could slip on these cameras if they lose power.
What?
Oh, they're pretty old, sir. I guess the clock stops when the power's off.
Which would mean the power was off for approximately 3 hours at some point.
That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, well, you know, he seemed kind of like the only suspect. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold just like the other guy.
Which may not necessarily have been a lie.
Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along?
Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Lagarde. The escapee, Mr. Carcerato. I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now. Oh yeah, got to reuse that jury crowd sound effect .wav.
Hey, Mr. Carcerato would have been wearing a bracelet, right?
Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors with sensors, he could simply wait for an opportunity to finally make his escape.
Well, yes, I suppose he could. He'd just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's here right now!
Hey, it's the bear.
Look, it's Teddy!
Ah.
Hey, paws off! Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka!
Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions.
Dang it, kid. If it wasn't for you, I'd have...
What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerato? I'm almost envious.
Guards, apprehend this man.
A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we are to learn the truth, I'll need to speak with him. With your permission, of course.
I can hardly say no now, can I?
Oh, come on then. Hit me with your best shot.
Mr. Carcerato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered.
So it was you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel? You know how long it took me to dig that frickin' thing? I had me a guard's uniform, a hole dug, and a plan in place. So I went for it on the day you found the guy. And then this little guy had to come right after me. The sack of fur was covered in mud too. I had to go back to our cell. I would have gotten away with it if somebody hadn't off night and brought you bums down here.
You claim to have dug that tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it?
How? Used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what do I get to show for it now? Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day.
There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerato and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him. Okay, I'd like to know more about your plan in detail. And a plan in place. Yeah, tell me more about that.
Hold it!
The uniform, was that from the fixer too?
Uh-huh, sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. Had the guy swipe it from a pal's locker.
And you were wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel?
Nope, would've got dirt on it. Had to hold on to it till I got to the holding cell. Once I was out of there and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons. And the furball here jumps up at me.
Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony.
Once I was out of that tunnel and all dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake.
Wait, you're sweating when you say that as well.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say?
Sure, anything seems easy after dragging yourself through a hole in the ground.
And you are familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in the prison?
Oh, why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I never been there before.
If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcerato would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. So yeah, just present the key here then. He's like, yeah, where'd you get the keys from, buddy? Objection!
Objection!
You can't see it, but I do the point every time as well. I'm not Apollo. I can't see that incredibly obvious body language at all. You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it.
Yeah, you got a problem with that? 'Cause we can make it a problem if you catch my drift.
Even once you had reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerato, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key.
I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake 'cause the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Security footage proves otherwise, Bucko. Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. It was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. Okay, never mind. So perhaps when you'd finally succeeded today, it truly was unlocked because it was after the murder. But had you attempted to escape previously?
Yeah, security footage shows when you tried and failed 'cause Teddy caught ya.
Which was during the circus performance before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at the time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible.
God. Are you saying, could he really have...
I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Carcerato. He's the one who attacked the guard. And not just the guard, Knight too, all to gain possession of the guard's keys.
It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know this Knight guy.
Objection!
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. And then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. The moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show. Just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend.
Says who, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, nuh-uh. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh? Knight knocked the guard out for the count, and everybody knows it.
Objection!
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I have proof that Knight had been attacked in his cell. The blood on the floor.
Take that!
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys.
Ah. Why, I oughta. What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it. Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway? If they'd have checked Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But that blood would give up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure out that there was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around on the floor, they'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat.
So you wiped up the blood to buy yourself a little more time, so you could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear of the prison, it seems. Now hand over the keys.
God, right in the kisser. God.
KO.
KO'd by a lousy, stinking bum. Fine, you want keys? Here, I hope you choke on him.
Overruled.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Carcerato here had the keys...
Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot possibly be true.
No!
Guess this changes things up a bit, yeah?
Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the one person who knew about that tunnel. Nah, you gotta be frickin'...
Well, Mr. Carcerato, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal.
Oh, wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked those two chumps out. And I stole the keys. But after that, I went right back to my cell and waited for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way in there or something? I couldn't have even gotten out of my cell.
Indeed. You only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back in the prison. But Mr. Canis's dog could.
What?
It was not you but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop.
I get it now. You're saying he wasn't the only con in this conspiracy.
Indeed. One can easily imagine that Mr. Carcerato and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Carcerato could have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell.
And then Mr. Canis's dog took him from there to the workshop.
There are no restrictions on the animal's movements within the prison. Movement between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Carcerato.
How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's, more of them and you just don't know.
Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough.
Oh, you got that right. You try scraping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Lucky for me, I didn't have to dig the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of the work for me.
What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel by yourself?
Nope. Found it when they put me in that cell. Ran all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what somebody else already started.
Then what was the original tunnel for?
Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Oh, maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something?
I've heard of more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay.
Well's dry, kid. Ain't no water to be had down there. Though, come to think of it, the smell. Yeah, I always smell kinda nice down there.
Nice?
Gee, I don't know. Smelled sorta like dessert, I guess.
A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before? The body.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of a police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back through the prison. And that, Mr. Carcerato, was how we found your tunnel. Would that be the same sweet scent be what
Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well?
Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel?
I do. Furthermore, Mr. Carcerato, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access.
Have our thanks, Mr. Carcerato. Truly. Finally the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
Why you ain't pinning this on me? I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor.
Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Carcerato may have been an accomplice, but not of Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me. Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Carcerato had reached a certain agreement?
What kind of agreement exactly?
Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required the means of leaving his cell. And here was that precise means in the form of the keys Mr. Carcerato had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Carcerato himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Carcerato's plans would be ruined. And so the two struck a deal.
Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists.
My, still you deny it.
So, we're agreeing that we still disagree?
Mr. Knight had Mr. Carcerato unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned.
Aha! Got them. Aha! Aha! Let's go full Mickey Mouse on it.
And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to...
Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel.
And what are you driving at? Is it done dirt cheap? Nah, it's a pretty filthy act. I'm sure it was done at a reasonable price.
Is this a trick question? As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. And then how did it get down there? There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there?
I'm fully aware of Eustace's his hair. Going from like a question mark to an exclamation point when he's like surprised. I've seen it, don't worry.
The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop. He took it outside. There he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The circus show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait, Simeon? Ah! Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must have also been him who disposed of the body.
Judge Gavelle is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts.
I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well, I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time.
Overruled!
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have.
What?
Mr. Carcerato was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Carcerato, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there?
No. Place was clean.
Ah. If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Carcerato would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing.
Oh dear.
Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint?
God,
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
if the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things do not look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, the theory is still just that, a theory. And I posit that you lack the evidence to back it up.
I concede that for the moment I do not.
May I suggest that we investigate the yard again?
Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you.
Oh. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound?
Is there a fire?
Did somebody else escape?
Should we maybe skip town too? Darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it. It certainly scared the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, Sweet Pea. I hope you can forgive us.
Knight stayed in his cell. No, her theory is that, what's his name? Simeon used the cage that had a tarp over it to cover his escape into the yard.
Alright, you two, back to your posts. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Carcerato, it's time you went back to your room. Yeah. Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Teddy, we're out of here.
Warden Lagarde, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now.
Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. I certainly don't have anything to hide. Perhaps tomorrow, when I've had a chance to clean up the crime scene.
Okay, I maybe embellished that a little bit, but I still think you're part of this. No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away.
I think we've had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. It's time our guests went home to Betty Bye's, isn't it? Yes, it is. Ugh. Come on now, darling, don't make me bore you with all that I am the warden, this is an order nonsense.
Warden Lagarde is right. They mix up word and law at the same time. Her ward.
Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day.
Oh, this is so sus, though. Come on.
What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go.
Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gavel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Carcerato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? Oh, wrong button. I want options. Save. There you go. I've saved the game. Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. Or was he really the only one with opportunity to do so?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will.
Yes, we will. I will prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To be continued. It's having me save now anyway. I was hoping some last minute thing would happen to let me investigate the yard right then and there. Now the stage is all cleared up. Are those like bamboo fishing rods? Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all.
Iggy.
Well, that might be easier said than done. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Today's top news, famous prosecutor Miles Edgeworth dies overnight due to eating too many lobsters. His next of kin have been informed. What? What have lobsters got to do with it? What?
There's nothing left to investigate.
Yo, we're getting a raid. Hello. I see someone's returning the favor. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're having a lovely day. I hope you had a lovely stream, you beautiful blue bird, you. Here's a clip from your stream.
Hello.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that looks like one of those janky source horror games. Oh, you get double clips. That's how much we care. You get two.
Yeah. That's very good.
Yeah, like Cry of Fear or something. Was it Cry of Fear? Yeah, but yes, Gwen, another bird. Definitely do give them a follow. For anyone new here, hi, I'm Iggy Maid. I'm a big gay lizard maid on the internet. I stream a lot. Usually I'm in a maid dress, but today I've got a lovely red suit to match Edgeworth here. I'm often joined by my co-host Greblin, who plays more chaotic games closer to the weekend. I also have a bikini, god fricking damn it. And if you're new here and you enjoy the vibes from this raid trailer, feel free to give a follow.
I am a master of gun fu. Oh, you smell guilty.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
Ooh, funny rock. Touch it. Lick it. Put it in your mouth.
I love weenies.
Fire! Oh dear. Oh dear. I thought we said controlled burn. I may be very gay.
Yeah!
Woohoo! Uh-oh. Yeah! Die!
See? Ow! Deja vu! I've just been in this car before. Ah! So you can't get me now. Right? Whoa! No! Hello! Grab smash! Whoa! He knocked his whole body off! Consider yourself pregnated.
And welcome back. Yeah, if you enjoyed the vibes, feel free to give a follow. Early in the week, I like to do story-heavy games. I do a lot of reading aloud, just chill vibes all around. I've also dropped social links in chat if you want to catch up another time. We have a Discord server, there's a YouTube where I post the VODs, there's a YouTube where I post edited videos, which doesn't happen that often lately, but still there's some Morrowind videos on there. Yes, reading is allowed. You're more than welcome to join us, under no obligations here. If you're having a good time, then yeah, feel free. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you very much. Right, is there anything else I need to say? If there's any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I'll get back to reading. I feel like I've forgotten something. I probably have. I normally do. Well, whatevers. Oh, I go by any pronouns, I don't really care. Grab uses it, its. Right, video games.
Judge Gavel's deduction yesterday.
There is another possibility. One you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop.
Gosh, Hecky. Stop putting my giant ass in chat.
At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint?
Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward.
Of course that gets quoted. I'm not surprised.
But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little.
Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence rearranged. Lovely. I just magically know which evidence will no longer be of use.
Let's see here. Oh, there's a cover on it.
A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison? It figures it'd be locked. Well, luckily I am a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff?
I think not. I'll do this investigation by the book.
Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa!
What is it, Kay?
Lock's broken. From the looks of it. It's been broken for a long time.
If that's the case...
Oh, you've got a butt emote too. Wonderful. Oh dear. Everyone has a good butt to just show off to their chat, you know? It's half of the course.
And anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gavel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. And then during the performance he threw the body down the well.
What are you thinking, Miles Zarino? Plausible or no? Oh, that's what I was forgetting.
How do you pronounce your name? Is it Heen? I feel like I should have asked when I raided the other day. And now it's kind of at that point where it's kind of awkward to ask, but I'm doing it anyway. Or is it like Sean, where it's like Horn? I don't know. I also wanted to say, feel free to tell me all about your stream and what you do for my viewers here so everyone knows what you're all about. I very much welcome self-promotion here. We work together, we succeed together. Ian. Or Ian. Nothing like Sean. Gosh, Hecky. We get some butts in chat. Yeah. No. We had 2 shout-outs. I want them to tell me everything. Gosh, Hecky. Right, I'm going to get back to reading now.
What are you thinking, Miles Zarino? Yeah, I read that. And why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here and which way it went.
Whatever you want. Oh, same as me then. Any all. Yes. The bot says when you... first message you see when you raid is the bot saying, we welcome self-promotion here. Tell us all about yourself. I would never ban anyone or warn anyone for self-promotion if they have raided me. Like, you chose to bring your community to me. I am incredibly grateful. I welcome everyone. And I want my community to know your community as a result.
Good idea.
Oh, no, that's Edgeworth. Good idea.
It seems my voice suddenly changed. I'll call Detective Gumshoe.
Oh god, everyone's gonna hear the voice now.
Gumshoe speaking. Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you. You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh? I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I'd also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you. Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it.
So yeah, Gumshoe or Goofshoe has always been a thing here, as I've played through this entire series.
So what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy?
Or Goofy.
How about a quick game of hide and go seek? A fun idea, kiddo. Where exactly would we hide?
He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one.
Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up.
Oh, that's the first time this has been a thing in this game. I completely forgot she did this.
Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing a great thief's great secret weapon. Little Thief.
I legitimately completely forgot about this as a mechanic.
Whoa, screens appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you going to do now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation.
Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it.
How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday?
Oh, good idea. It was when they were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows, we may have overlooked something.
Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Ugh, what is this? That's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modelled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yadagarasu, but they used it to plan robberies.
Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now.
No, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. You can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too.
This particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started? Alright, well, let's start with the well then.
Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation, just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try and clear up any inconsistencies you find.
Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Let's take a look at that well. We should examine this area carefully.
Water.
Thank you for the
Stop
hydrate.
slouching.
May just hold the clue we need. Alright, well, let's just go left to right, examine everything. What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? Don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. Nothing of interest here. No, it's just the tarp that matches the tarp that the body was found in. Definitely not of interest at all. What if Mr. Knight had stored a well in his pocket chess set? Well, in that case. Hang on, that deserves this. There you go. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground.
Kinda reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school.
The answer is no, Kay.
What? I didn't even say anything! Yet.
The crickets didn't work? It worked on my end. Hang on. They're not coming through PC audio anymore, that's weird. Ah, because this is set to the wrong doohickey. Now it is set to the correct doohickey. So now... I mean, the bit's ruined now, but, you know, it's fixed for later. You see, it also has a metal stake attached to one end.
Yeah, let's say it's something you'd use to put up a tent.
But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? It's a metal weight of some kind. Looks like it weighs... Protection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay? That is not difficult to read at all. Maybe it was back on the DS, but...
Sure, it was £30.
£30 weight added to my logic. My mind palace.
What does anyone need such a heavy weight for, anyway?
What's £30 in a real measurement? Hang on. In kilograms. 13.5 kilograms, just over. Yeah, that's a little heavy. Okay. now I've got a frame of reference. Doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate. The well was behind the stage, which means...
And there aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down it during the show.
This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint.
So what do you think all the stuff around the well was used for?
Good question.
I can't see any of the animals needing them for their part of the performance.
Heavier than a no, it's not heavier than a person. What kind of person weighs less than 13 kilos? We tend to measure people in pounds and stone in the UK. Yeah, and we're wrong, simply put. Because kilograms and just the metric system in general is just better. Like, I can say that I weigh 75 kilos. Which is, yeah, that's an amount. So I know it weighs less than half a me. Well, much less than half a me. Because it's 30 pounds, not 30 kilos. Indeed, nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. I'll have to ask Miss Berry later. So what else is there to look at?
A great thief's great secret weapon. Oh, colour me intrigued, Miles Reno. Not exactly by the book stuff, though, yeah? Using great thief doodads in an official investigation. Oh, enough with the death stares, Chief. Oh, cool, okay, I can keep a secret. Anything for the truth, am I right?
It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kay's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it.
Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. Look, in the UK we use a weird mix of metric and imperial depending on what it is exactly we're measuring. Distances for driving is in miles. Foot races, that's in meters. A bag of flour would be like in like... No, the bag of flour would be like kilograms, wouldn't it? Beer is in pints, milk is in pints. But most other liquids are in litres. I'm sure there's other things that I can't remember off the top of my head. Height is generally done in inches and feet. Height for people. Height for buildings is usually in meters. Like construction work is done in metric. At least as far as I'm aware. I had family who worked in construction, they always used metric. Mil, which is 10 kilometers. But that's not even that weird. That's still a denomination of tens.
What was the name of our trunk-happy friend again? Isaiah the Asian elephant.
That's added to my mind palace. Okay.
Of course, how could I forget?
Not exactly inspired, though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it?
Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself.
I suspect that's all there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon, too. Okay, you can power down Mr. Thief now.
Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality.
I guess the elephant was key, because that triggered the end sequence? Alright.
Sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could.
Speak of the devil.
Ah, Detective. That was indeed impressively quick.
You know me, sir. I never did like to keep you waiting.
Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. This seemed way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day.
It's very much appreciated. Alright, Detective. Let's get started with Missile.
Yes, sir. Hey, Bissell, over here, boy.
Missile Angie.
What's the matter? Come on, boy, come on.
What's wrong with him?
Looks like he's scared of something, sir.
Ah, the alligator?
Alligator!
I guess he's not a fan, sir.
Well, I doubt he'll be of much help to us like this.
Any other bright ideas, Malzarino?
Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand?
Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Ali some tricks?
I don't doubt she could do it, but nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show.
I like where this is going. You're thinking of using Little Thief again, am I right?
If you'd be so kind.
Okay, I've plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. There you go. This is what the yard was like during the show.
The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well.
Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here. Just sweet, sweet data. Which is why...
The area behind the stage is missing.
Yeah, Regina said she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up. So we don't have any data on what it was like back there.
Oh, no data, no simulation, huh? Brutal.
I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself.
Oh, no, it's all my frilly associates' fault. Objection, Fender.
Anyway, we got a fresh simulation now, but we still have the other data too. I can switch back to whenever you want the recreation of them taking down the stage.
So we can examine the scene both during and after the show. And switch between the two at will. I can switch between recreations by using Y to talk with K. Now then, let's continue our investigation, shall we? Isn't sci-fi clear sci-fi tech? Augmented reality is tech that exists today. It's bollocks how quick she puts it together. But you could do something like this, granted you would need some kind of AR glasses or similar.
Story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant and a human, which is really weird. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up there on that stage too. Oh, it was wonderful the way he flew off that stage.
Ah, yes, that scene. It was originally set a couple decades after its original release because the original trilogy was on the Game Boy Advance. However, as game development has taken longer, it's kind of caught up to the timeline of you know, real life. If I look at what year it actually takes place. Phoenix Wright, what year does it take place? Apollo Justice is 2025 to 2026. Yeah, the distant future of next year. Because this would be around the time of Apollo. If it's where it is, where I think it is in the timeline. It's definitely after the third game, so maybe in between the fourth and maybe slightly before the fourth, after the fourth, I don't know.
This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance.
And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Roughly how long would you say Mr. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry?
Well, let's see, I guess it was around 15 minutes.
I feel a sneeze coming. I'm good. Ignore that.
Isn't it pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off a stage? Not at all. Azay is very gentle.
I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly.
Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Azaya, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing?
A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick? Did it involve ropes and pulleys, perhaps? And possibly a counterweight? And possibly the body was attached to this without Simeon's knowledge. Just thinking out loud.
Me? Oh, no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start.
Okay. It's the pen that held Azaya, the Asian elephant. Now empty as the lady herself is on stage.
I wonder how they got her in here in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no?
What if one turned off the electricity?
Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape.
Through an entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not. Ace Attorney Investigations is a month after Trials and Tribulations, and then 2 is... yeah, 2 is like right after 1, I know that. So this is before Apollo Justice. Which means it could be taking place in the distant future of 2024.
This is a real puzzler, alright. I'll need to give it some more thought.
She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. The basket was empty in the other recreation.
Oh yeah, but it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier.
Oh?
That basket's for holding Azaya's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. Totally forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Disappearing apples. I should make a note of this. Oh god, my throat. I really need to get some allergy medication. Already talked to you, already examined that. Chaz?
Valerie needs water.
That water does not help my allergies, but thank you. Every time I mention, like, oh, my throat, oh, my allergies, everyone's like, hydrate. Ah. I need some actual medication for it. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show. Now, we know there were a few empty seats during the performance. No, it doesn't really help at all, Mystic.
Something about this space. The way the seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid.
You entered a karaoke contest?
Sure did. I came in second. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight.
Tell me you didn't actually sing.
I sure did.
Well, she did well to take second place. Or perhaps stole is more apt. I am muting now and then, just to clear my throat. I didn't catch it that time, and I'm sorry. Some honey? I do like honey. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this.
Don't say a word, sir. I just know what you're looking for. It's written all over your face.
It is?
The missile may be temporarily out of action, but my fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too.
Oh god, it is gonna be needed, isn't it? I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective.
So, do you come to visit the prison often, Regina?
My lip quivered a bit, what? I just like honey.
I sure do. I've so many little friends here, it's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties. The old faces and the new. I made a new friend only yesterday. Ellie is just the cutest.
Cute. A full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond?
You sure about that? Can't help worrying you could just walk up and then chomp, you know? Oh, don't be silly, she'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. But she hasn't been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right?
The alligator is sick?
Right. Yeah, totally, super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, super. Don't rope me into this. That didn't get added into my mind palace, though. What is in my mind palace? I've got 6 things in here. Some things are bound to be connectable at this point, right? But I don't know if I'll lose health if I get it wrong.
Did the elephant eat the apples?
The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah.
Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk couldn't reach them.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show.
Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved to somewhere within Isaiah's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. Oh. So before the show had even started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. So it seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, Kay.
Will do. I'll add that to the simulation of the performance then.
I'm not gonna save scum. I wanna... If it makes sense in my head, I will try it. I'm not just gonna shoot at random.
There, all done.
Because that's not satisfying to solve. This door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? Can't guarantee anything, but I'll give it a try.
No, we're not doing that. Save? Yep, okay. Let me get out of this dialogue. Because we had that dialogue about the power room last time. I mean, I've gotten things wrong a couple times. I'm not infallible. Anything else to identify here? It would appear that we're missing some data for this point in time.
Yeah, yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta go steal us some data.
I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need. And destroy fools on social media.
I'm more of an act first, think later gal.
Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest. Okay, I feel like we've done everything, so there must be something else in the Mind Palace. Well, yeah, these items are going to be for your trick then, aren't they? Yeah. Right? Yeah. The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene, could it have something to do with all the items we found by the well? Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage?
You got it.
Taking another look at these items, could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's?
This sounds plausible enough. Maybe I could add it to the simulation.
A good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details.
Roger that. I'll be right back. I'm back, and he told me exactly how he did it.
Excellent. Well, how does it work?
He said he used a pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope, and lowered that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys, and was tied around his body.
I see, so he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. And how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to?
He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything.
Oh, Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it. You're just fiddling with emotes now, Dice. In which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake.
That's right, and to do that he used a second length of rope. He tied it to the stake, and then when he gave it a sharp tug, the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well.
See what? The emote rain? I figure that's what you're playing with.
It's a great trick. I have to steal it. This one has to go in the Great Thief's repertoire.
I'm glad you explained that to us, Kay. You'd be in trouble without it.
It's fine, Mr. Edgeworth. What sort of person would not explain a magic trick to help solve a case? They'd have to be really irresponsible.
Yeah. It seems not every emote would like to bounce. Oh wait, I think I couldn't read that. No, I did read that. It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough.
Alright, practice it is then.
Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation?
Oh, right, then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching back to the recreation of the performance. And now to add in the data. Little Thief should be able to reproduce the trick now.
Okay. So this is how Mr. Saint performed his trick. Contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, and 2 lengths of rope to send Saint flying during the show. The weight is still outside, though.
I mean, dropping a weight down a well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius.
Indeed, but I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight, more than him at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that. Pulling force.
And probably a ton of practice.
I mean, that's clearly not enough weight, I suppose. This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop.
This tarp, just like the one we saw in the workshop.
Yes, but why is it here?
Why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've gone kind of blank.
I intend to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts.
Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. He made clever use of 2 ropes.
That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much this must all be weighing on Simeon.
It does? I'm not quite sure I see it myself.
Too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise, I'd hang it around your neck like a big ol' albatross. Then we'll see how you like it.
You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried, I can promise you that. Pulley and a rope. I suppose the 2 do tend to go together.
You sure do, like a great thief and her treasure. Can't have one without the other.
Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. You're no fun, Edgeworth. Okay, that gave me nothing. But we did get pulling force. Something heavier than Saint himself would be needed for the trick to work. But all we have is this weight. So where's the rest of it?
Wait, doesn't this seem odd to you?
No?
You haven't noticed, Detective. There's something strange about the weight we found. How heavy it is. The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground.
Oh yeah!
In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing?
Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir.
Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. Insufficient weight. Metal detector? Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons.
Roger that.
The metal detector, if you would be so kind.
Aw, jeez. I'm never gonna get to use my fishing rod. So before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough. It uses this sound and this gauge. It'll tell you how close you are to something made of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, it's the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it.
Oh my god, I'm actually controlling Goof Shoe.
Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look-see. Huh? Oh, found these little guys in the grass.
The same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose?
I count 4 altogether, sir.
That'll be more than heavy enough to send him flying.
So somebody had several of the same weights as the one by the well. Yeah, because they replaced the weights with the body. But why? And why over here?
Yes, nice work, me. Ah!
Wait, no, this is better.
Alligator!
That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh?
What's the matter, Detective?
It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator.
You want me to pet the alligator? Alright. Give me a moment. There. I'm petting the alligator. Right, let's put that back. Oh, right, switch back to the game because I had to go on OBS.
What? How?
Thank you for the head pat.
You're sure it's not responding to the weights we just found? No, sir, I'm sure this is something different. And I'm sure it's coming from the alligator. And she's gone. The alligator eat one of the weights or something?
Oh, we scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Then what is it? Ally hasn't been herself lately.
That's the name, Allie, the warden's favourite pet.
She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, maybe she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her.
Well, maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir.
Oh no, what if she ate one of the weights?
I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron.
Dude, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised at the shit alligators eat.
So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again?
Coming right up.
What could I have missed? Scare with the scene. Done, 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 done. Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of the bucket, though. What's wrong with the scene? Is the dialogue different for anything? Got a check mark on it. I can't skip this.
That's one heck of a setup to pull off with a single length of rope.
Oh, there should be 2 lengths of rope.
Just one piece of rope? It seems we have a contradiction on our hands.
There we go.
Would this be related to the evidence? The trick. Think about the 2 recreations. The one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2. Namely, that one of the ropes is missing.
Oh yeah! Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with
only the items we see before us.
So what happened?
Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that.
Really?
What shows us where the missing rope... On top of Knight's body.
Because it was used... Because, yeah, no, it all lines up. They replaced the weights with the body.
It's broken again, is it?
Yeah, the Twitch bot has disconnected. Somehow. And this is when it decides it wants to crash, isn't it? Instead of reconnect all nicely within like 2 seconds. I can't even like hide it when it's doing this. Every goddamn time. Once or twice a stream, you know, it's like a ritual at this point. There you go. Right. Fixed. For now.
Take that!
This rope was found beside Knight's body.
Wait, you mean...
Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick.
So you're saying...
Yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else.
Oh, what was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here.
Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well in place of the iron weights was... Mr. Knight's body.
Take that!
It could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well.
But Mr. Knight's body was the weight.
Yeah, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. That rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden.
So that no one would realise they'd been replaced with the body.
Precisely. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer. It's my favourite Final Fantasy XIV city-state, Limzard Laminsa. Nah, I like Ishgard. Also, I always abbreviate it to Limlom. And it's really funny when I get someone else to call it Limlom as well. It's like, yes, I shall make this spread. We can then further deduce that they were hidden by the killer.
Oh, whoa there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere, including down the well?
Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. Thank you for head pat. Stop the blood, the tarp.
Take that!
This tarp was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it.
Oh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. All coming together now, love it. But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer.
No, not quite.
Well, what about what Judge Gavelle said yesterday?
No, but if Mr. Saint is truly the killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime?
That's true.
Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Saint used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show.
Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh?
That was the killer's goal.
Oh!
Excuse me again. To make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put his contraption together?
It would have to have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yeah, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 PM. And I think we finish at around midnight.
In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for the body after that point. Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means Canis isn't the killer. Which means whoever moved the basket of apples did a swap. And they're the killer. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance. And we've deduced that the weights were switched out for the body at around the same time.
Not to chalk that up to coincidence, huh?
And the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door. Which can only mean
that somebody needed to open it. Now let's see what's...
Oh, great. It's locked.
Let me ask a guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard!
Yes, miss, what can I do for you?
That was fast. Guard, where is the key for this door?
Oh, the warden keeps hold of that.
Does she now? Does she now? You know, I'm not going to say I called it, but I will say that I called it. Wait, yeah.
I'll go get it.
Warden Lagarde is the only one with a key? Meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Where's my phone? It's right on my desk. You can't see it, but it's here. But you can hear me. That's its case.
Save me.
Save? Okay. Wrong button. I mean, we're earning a tiny bit overtime here.
Thanks for the help.
Someone slapped a butt. It's the phone's magnetic case closing, attaching to the phone. Oh! And didn't the cameras go out for 3 hours at a certain point? During which time you could have gone in after dark and not been caught on camera switching out the body, huh, Lagarde? Huh, Lagarde? Look at all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison.
So I think it's somebody got in here the night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do?
Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches.
Ah,
Did they turned off the power? Capcom. How many is that now? Oh dear.
Did they turn off the power to something?
Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had a breaker been flipped? The cameras.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage.
Oh yeah, there was. Did somebody flip the breaker it was connected to?
It seems very likely.
Do you think it was the killer?
It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them.
It would.
Which means the killer would have to have been someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be. Could it? I think it was.
Alright, little thief, your work here is done.
Oh, I wonder what happens next. We'll have to see next time. Because that's where we're going to wrap up for the day. Right there. I was saying to myself, as soon as the investigation's done, we're gonna wrap up. Oh, come on! I'm going to be streaming it again tomorrow. Ah! Right. So as we wrap up, we say goodbye to YouTube, because that's the end of the YouTube episode. Goodbye, YouTube! Which will be going up on the channel in the future, unless you're already watching this there, and speaking to you from the past. But yeah. Goodbye.
Bye, YouTube.